Hello, 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 everybody. We're back after a series of catastrophic technical errors. And let's pause you. And yeah, here we are. Welcome in, everybody. Just the top of the stream. Hello, Opera Soria. We're gonna be doing the work because there's a lot of work that needs to get done. Of course, the princess does not want any work to get done. I am definitely, or at least pretty damn sure I'm coming down with something. So it's gonna be a chill stream tonight because I'm not feeling super hot. So we'll do our best. Hello, Maya. Welcome back. Solved all the technical issues just to run right into getting sick. So it's gonna be a relaxed stream tonight while we get work done. I think. How are you doing, Maya? How goes the weekend and the writing and all that? One step forward, one step back. So same, one big giant circle. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully not too bad for you. I'm excited to start redoing some. That's good. I'm excited to hear about. Yeah. I hope. Obviously, take my notes with a grain of salt, but want to fix the things that you mentioned. Well, at least if there's some of them that are helpful, that's the most important thing. Is a few things. Maybe help you get where you need. I think a lot of it's actually great. Like, a lot of it's great. I don't think you need to do too much. Just a few things. Just a few things. But I liked it overall. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a pleasure to read it. And I really got a kick out of you have a knack for writing just like group dynamics and like characters in action, like in sort of like characters in multiple characters talking and working together, which I struggle with. I actually have a hard time writing scenes with lots of characters. You seem to nail it right out of the park. So I'm a little envious of you for that. But you did a really good job of making it engaging, all the characters stand out, and making it fun to read. I find writing scenes with lots of I try so goddamn hard to make it work. Yeah, it's hard. I struggle really hard with writing lots of characters in a single area. So I am always impressed with anyone who can make that flow and work really well. And particularly in chapter 2, when they meet up with the Le Bandits, not really bandits, but when they meet up with the other crew and the four-armed fella and his folk, I thoroughly enjoyed the way that they all interacted. It was fantastic. I don't know. I thought you really nailed it. Yeah, and you made it fun to read. I could understand who was talking. Doot motherfuckers. Welcome in, Ghostly. Pleasure to see you back. Welcome to see you back, coming in with your ready to fight some titans, which I always appreciate you for, Ghostly. Actually, now more than ever, after having to deal with all that nonsense, 2 days worth of trying to get Twitch to work and not crash my computer, and then now I'm pretty sure I'm sick, so I'm gonna need a little. I'm gonna have to siphon through the digital ones and zeros some of your ADD energy, because I got a lot of work to get done, and I am not feeling it. What did you think of the characters themselves, though, like Shy and Threesa's dynamic, and how Corrin throws a monkey wrench at? No, Corrin's great. Corrin's fantastic. I think Corrin's a strong character and works really well. Shy and Threesa's dynamic is kind of their dynamic together is fine. I think it goes back to just the main note I gave you about, like, I just need some grounding to understand their relationship. Like, them talking is fine. Like, they clearly know each other and get along and have a type of dynamic, you know. One's clearly very, like, more one's very more reserved, while the other is very just like, oh. I was reminded a lot, actually, of Record of Lodoss War with Dee. Deedit, I think, is the character's name, and all that, because she's a very, like, have returned, whoa, be right back, whoa, Ghostly, what's going on? My lack of context to them. Yeah, it's mostly I just don't know what their relationship is. Are they a couple who has like, if they're a couple, if it's established that they're a couple and they have kind of an interesting dynamic there and there's some things going on there, that's interesting. But is that what they are? Are they just friends and it's starting to get like emotionally complicated? Did they grow up together? I don't need the whole backstory, but I just definitely need a grounding for, like, what their established relationship is. At least at the beginning of the story, and what it was, and if that, it might be easier to, like, inroad that with how they related to each other back on Earth, and how that's changed, or if that's even changed, or it's the same relationship just in a different way. I think that's really just the context. I think the context would bracket it. It's just because when he gets to the bathtub scene was where I was like, oh man, okay, because at first I wasn't sure if they were siblings in a way, or kind of like adopted siblings. So I just wasn't quite sure what the relationship was. And I was like, well, if they're bathing together and getting weird and flirty. Now I really am back. Hello, Ghostly. What is going on? You're just running around back there. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Hopefully everything's okay. I was saying earlier, we're going to need some of your fighting the Titans ADD energy, since I am not feeling super great. So I am low energy, and I got a lot of work to get done. So I'm going to have to borrow some of that. I'm gonna beat my head against this wall to get this work done, because I need to catch up on work after doing technical problems all weekend. So originally they weren't, and the plan wasn't for that for a long time. Yeah, years later in the story. But I wanted to try it with them already starting them out together at the beginning of the first book instead. Okay. So was that changed the big, like, I want to change the character dynamic? I think if that's the case, if you're going to have them be a couple, like, you should be very explicit early on. Like, I mean, in the first chapter, that they, particularly because you're in both his narration and his mind, I think it's absolutely, like, he needs to establish that he's a couple and how he feels about that, because you're in his world. You're getting his narration and his thoughts at the time. And actually, it might be a really good way to, like, if people are confused by how you're using the italic mid-thoughts, it might actually be really easy in the first chapter to, like, really do, like, this is how he was feeling, and then have the narration comment on his feeling and really solidify that. It wasn't confusing to me. That's just an idea, in case people were confused by that. It made perfect sense to me, the bracketing between the narration and the italicized thoughts at the time. But that could be a way to do it. It needs to be very clear. Specifically, because then it's more interesting if they're a couple, but he's reserved, particularly in, like, sensual sequences, like the bath sequence, to, like, oh, that's interesting, so what's going on there? And it leads towards. So that's my biggest thing. That will simply not freaking do. You are a Roman gladiator who will now be defested. Oh, I love it. You are a Roman gladiator. Jesus. Hello, Dreaming Truth. How are you? Welcome in. Ghostly. Lack of energy is merely a construct of the brain. You are in control of your brain, while you can rise above seas and commit to full power. Oh man, Ghostly, I feel like you're just gonna suddenly go Super Saiyan. Your hair's gonna turn blonde and white and rise up into the air. All right, good. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Ghostly. Thank you. I will overcome. I will use my brain to overcome whatever terrible bacterium / viral infection is going on in my body. I meant to say not be defeated. I kind of like, yeah, I get it, but I like defested. I don't know. It's if this is sickness, your big thing. Here's how you like rise above, commit to your power, construct the brain. Also take Advil. That works. That works too. That works too. I like that. Actually, yeah, I probably should take some medication at some point. If it gets worse, I probably will. If I start feeling worse. Maya, there are a couple in limited capacity to do some bad shit that happened to the both of them. Yeah, I figured you were setting. I got that you were setting things up. That some stuff was happening. At least with him, I wasn't sure about. I wasn't sure about the others. They share that bad shit and really affected him more than her. Got it. Yeah, I figured you were getting there, and that's fine to hold. It's fine to withhold that. Like, that can be revealed later. I just need to know that there are a couple very explicitly before what happens in Chapter 3. I think. That's because I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm getting into right now. And you just want to make that. That's the kind of thing I feel like, at least in terms of, it should be clear. And then his reaction to that flirtation then asks more questions, and you can go further with that. My Archie medication, yeah, we'll see. If I start getting a fever, right now I just feel like crap. But if the fever hits, then I'll take some medication. Did you ever read my dumb little thing? No problem. If not, I started to. I have not. I have not finished it though. Your pretension most foul, but I do have it. So I can give you my thoughts initially, but I'd rather wait to give you the full read. Any notes I have until I finish the chapter. But if you're around tomorrow, Ghostly, I'll have it done by tomorrow, since I read Maya's thing earlier today. So I will get to your chapter. I think I should be. Yeah, no worries. Greetings, Northwest Country Girl. It's good to see you again. Welcome back in. Yeah, you'll be back. Yeah. I also find it mildly disconcerting, Ghostly, that you have a character in it named Maximilian. I was like, oh, great. Anyway, what do we got here? I have two more questions, if you don't mind, good mustache, sir. Thank you. Yes, everybody, please refer to me as mustache, sir. No. Yeah, no, it's fine, Maya. Sorry. I can already feel my brain not working. Yeah, no, two more questions. That's totally fine. Yeah, of course. Northwest Country Girl. Hope everyone having a good insert time of day here. Yeah, it's doing all right on this size. I'm pretty sure I'm getting sick, but other than that, I'm doing okay. Got a lot of work to get done this. Got a lot of work to get done this week, so we'll be starting our writing sprints here pretty soon. So feel free to work alongside or just chat away, but I've got a lot of catching up to do because I was solving Twitch problems all weekend. But I hope everybody else is. Ghost, I find it incredibly kind that you're willing at all to take the time out of your busy schedule. Oh, well, it's fine. I actually enjoy reading a lot. When I'm out here, I try to get as many screenplays and try to get as many people to read. I feel like I learn more by reading. And if it helps, I wish there were more people out there reading my stuff, when I was like really trying to get people to read my stuff for feedback. So, passing the good karma along. Read to be a better writer. Why is that concerning? It is because that is in fact my name. Which I don't mind saying because I literally have links to my screenplays all over the place, so it's fine. Which does not say written by Whitelight. So it's not like I'm doxing myself. It's out there. It's on all my screenplays. But yeah. Thank you, Ghostly. If you pick this up, would you, Good Mustache Sir, keep reading it? And did you and your Good Mustache watch Open Range? I did watch Open Range. I did watch that over the weekend. And I think so. I think I would. I think with the the context of like adding the context to the main characters and maybe fleshing things out a little bit more in chapter 1. If I had just read chapter 1, my honest answer is probably not. But chapter 2 sings, Maya. Chapter 2 sings. It's a great chapter. It hits hard, and it's compelling. So I think reading the first 3 chapters, yes, I'd absolutely continue reading. The world's fascinating. The characters are great. I enjoy the characters a lot. I want to know more about them. I want to see what they get up to, how things are going with like kind of that little group, the little gangster group. I call them the gangster group because they were just shaking down a dude. But anyway, like I'm compelled by them, so I would probably keep reading. I just think chapter 1 needs something. I think it needs a little bit more there. The scenes are fine. Yeah, inject some steroids into chapter 1. Honestly, I really liked your little the Midnight Emotions tag at the end. I really liked that a lot. That was actually the first time I felt like I got to know emotionally who the main character was. So a little bit of that or something just injected into the first chapter. The scenes are fine. Talking to the elf, going to the bar, that stuff's all, or going to the tavern, all that stuff is fine. But yeah, I think that it just needs a little bit more. The rest of it, I think, is solid. Solid, it needs some editing and some tweaking. There's some like awkward phrasing. That's all. That's nitpicky. You don't need to worry about that right now. That kind of stuff. You can clean all that stuff up later when you're editing. But in terms of narrative, I think it works. It's solid. Let's see. I didn't know baller name, by the way. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. It's a name. It is a name. Oh shit! Thank you for the subscription, Northwest Country Girl. Thank you so much. That is far too kind of you. Thank you. But holy crap, that makes so much freaking funnier. Yeah, it is funny. I saw that when I was reading. I was like, oh, what? What is this? Your mustache fits your name like perfect. Thank you, Maya. That's too kind. Too kind. Oh boy. All right. Wild. All right. Oh yes, I'm sorry. And Open Range. So I liked Open Range. I don't think it's better than Unforgiven or like my top westerns, but it's good. It's good because I really thoroughly liked it because of I like the shootout at the end is great. Obviously, Robert Duvall is fantastic. Also, just seeing a super young Diego Luna was a good time. That was just good. I was like, oh, look at baby Diego Luna. Hate to sub and run, but the library closes soon. I need to go home and grab some dinner. Oh my goodness. Well, go grab some dinner, absolutely. And but thank you so much. Like that's very, very kind of you. So thank you. But yeah, go get some food and rush on back, and we'll see you next time. And I hope the rest of your time zone, wherever you might be, is great. But what else? What else was there about Open Range? Oh, okay. So this is just a thing. I'm not a huge Marisa Tomei fan, so that's not fair to the movie, though. I'm just not a huge fan of Marisa Tomei. So a little bit of that was a little stilted for me. There was no chemistry between her and Kevin Costner. But Kevin Costner and The Searchers is fantastic. That's up there with my tops. Like Unforgiven, The Searchers, and The Wild Bunch are probably my favorite westerns of all time. John Wayne, John Ford classic. It's good. And actually way more nuanced. A deeply, deeply nuanced take on the West than a lot of people give it credit for. It actually, like, it actually affirms the cycles of violence. And the fact that Unforgiven's kind of an inversion of The Searchers is really cool, too. But the thing that I really liked about Open Range was that, one, I thought Kevin Costner and Duvall just make it... I would watch those guys for 4 hours in any movie doing just two things. Like, you could watch both of them together just be themselves doing their cool stuff. What else was there? There was but the shootout, the shootout was fantastic. I liked, the thing that I really liked is, instead of the best thing about Open Range to me was the fact that it was just a bunch of free, like, they had a hell of a dynamic. Yeah, they're great. They're great. The fact that they didn't know... Yeah, that was what I was going to say. The fact that they didn't know anything about each other until this, like, one moment, that's, like, perfect character, pathos. Like, just, like, character relationship. Like, they've worked together for 10 years, know nothing about each other. Know nothing about each other, and then, like, all this stuff is coming out, and they're kind of bonding, and just... The fact that when he gets his real name at the end, it's got that nice little sprinkle of humor in it, like Bubonnet. I was like, it's so good. That's like some peak. Oh, that stuff is absolutely like chef's kiss. Just mwah, so good, so good. But I also like that it was, instead of it being just gunslingers. I mean, obviously Costner was a Civil War vet in that, but it comes from, they're cattle guys. I kind of like that, instead of, and even like Duvall's he's just a cattle dude. He's just a cattle guy. And I thought that was cool. Like, I really liked that. I liked that it wasn't so many Westerns, they kind of come from, they usually come from a very violent background. Also the masks, the dream sequence where Kevin Costner almost like draws the gun on Marisa Tomei when he's sleeping. That was great. Just really well done. Like a really well done trippy dream sequence. Like fantastic. Like that was really, really great. Let's see here. I gotta catch up. When they knew about each other, what they knew about it was that they could trust. Exactly. Yeah. There's the pre-built, like they clearly trust each other. There's the kind of man bonding vibes going on there, but yeah, they could trust each other. And then like the most, it's very charming to have the most ultimate, I can trust you even after I've already trusted you with my life. I can trust you with the fact that my name is Bubonnet. It's pretty great. It's just a really wonderful moment. Yeah. So anyway, let's see here. We've got, let's see, Ghostly. I actually don't know how I feel because Max is a character. I can totally see you as a younger version of him. I'm far too amused by this. Yeah, well, we don't need to worry about like making, art imitate life here. Your character is your character. It's fine. I just found it funny, Like, as much as I'd like to think that I was Mad Max, like, Max Kowalski, I am definitely not. I definitely would 100% die in that desert. But I'd like to think I am. Let's see, John. Yeah. So much so that Star Wars completely ripped up. Well, to be fair, if you're still there, if you haven't had to leave the library yet, Star Wars has ripped off a lot of things. And Lucas was dual ripping off Westerns because he was homaging Kurosawa, and Kurosawa is doing Seven Samurai and Yojimbo, which was inspired by John Ford Westerns. So it's kind of an interesting, like, circle of everybody ripping everything off. If you actually want to see a movie that is structurally just Star Wars, the original Star Wars film, watch Hidden Fortress by Akira Kurosawa. It's told from the point of view of two peasants with a general and a princess on the run from an evil feudal lord, and structurally just the idea of, like, that's why the original Star Wars was told from the point of view of R2-D2 and C-3PO. He did that specifically to mimic the structure of Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress. Let's see here. Favorite lines in that movie. I'm not partial to the marshal. Yeah, that's great. Splitting hairs, ain't you, boss? Oh yeah, yes, that was a great line. Yes, yeah. When they go raid the bandit camp and like Peckers in the dirt is a great line. Fantastic line. And also, it's just Duvall, man. It's just some of the best, like, just Duvall just oozing Duvallness, which I could watch Duvall forever. It's fantastic. So, yes, thank you for that recommendation, Maya. It's a solid movie. It's definitely a solid Western. I can see why it's up there. It's definitely it's a good Costner film too. It's definitely on the better side of the Kevin Costner films, the ones that he directed. After you get your Gothic Roma, would you be willing to share it? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I'm probably, after I get done breaking some story here, I'll be editing that this evening. But yeah, I'll put that I'll put all these links into the Discord, on the Discord channel, and then that's usually where I share that stuff. That's why, like, the links to all my screenplays are on the Discord channel, all that kind of stuff. So I'll have the Gothic Romance on there. And if you have any feedback for me, please, like, feel free. Like, I'd love to hear feedback from all of you on anything, screenplays or what I've been writing. You know, never bad to get more feedback. Let's see. After you get your Gothic Romance, yeah, okay, you got that. Yes, yeah, it's a weird one, Ghostly. I write weird things, so I'm just gonna prime you there. It's weird, but most of the things I write are weird, kind of weird fiction, strange fiction. So, just gonna prime that a little bit, so I don't traumatize anybody. Unpopular opinion: I like the prequel trilogy more than the original. It was just more poetic. And there were so many nuances that 20 years later we are still finding. Oh boy. All right. Okay. At some point, we can't do it now because here in about a minute or so we're going to have to get onto our writing sprints, because we've got to get work done. But I will tell you this, that I absolutely have a lot of thoughts about the prequel trilogy, and at some point when we have a break, if everybody wants, I don't know. It's hard for me to figure out how to gamify things on Twitch, but at some point, if you want, I will go on my tirade about the Star Wars prequel trilogy. Because Maya, I am not actually that far away from you, in terms of at least the broad strokes of the opinion. I actually have a lot of respect for what Lucas was trying to do with the prequels. And the prequels are coming out when I was a kid, so I saw those in the theater. I mean, I saw the original in the theater in Revival House theaters, but I have a lot of thoughts about the prequels. I think they're unfairly maligned. I don't think they're great movies altogether, but I do think that what Lucas was doing, and narratively and structurally what he was trying to do, is a lot more interesting than people give him credit for. I just think he needed someone else to direct the actors, because he can't do the acting's terrible. Does Back to the Future count as a Western? LOL. Kind of. Yeah. No, it does. I think so. I'd say so. It is a Western. It follows the Western structure, the Western narrative structure, for sure. So yeah, I'd say so. I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, people wouldn't consider Sicario. Some people don't consider Sicario a Western. And it absolutely is it's structured like a Western. It's a Western taking place in modern day Arizona, kind of like a horror film version of a Western. But it's absolutely a Western. I don't think I have the skills necessary to critique screenplays, but I think I know, like, maybe 3 things about plain old writing. Well, that's, yeah, don't sell yourself short, Ghostly. You know more than you let on, I think. I think you'll be fine. You're doing great. All right. Let's see here. What do we got? And I, screenplays are, they can be difficult to read. You just have to imagine it like you're imagining a movie. That's kind of, or like a play. Or one of the best ways I've ever heard is just imagine someone telling you a story. Well, they said tell you a story at a bar, but imagine someone sitting you down and just telling you a story. And they're kind of painting the picture for you. That's probably the best way I would be, like, that's the best way I could describe it, probably. I didn't think the acting, I didn't think the acting was terrible, at least in the third. The third movie is fucking amazing. Yeah, I think some of the acting in episode 1, I mean, some of the performances in all of them are great. I mean, Ian McGregor's fantastic, you know, they're all great. Yeah, but there's some bad ones. I don't think it's the actors themselves. I think Lucas just doesn't know how to direct actors without other people there helping him. And that's just the way Lucas is. Let's not get into it, though. Yeah, at some point, we'll go down the tirade. Funny enough, we watched Sicario 2 today. Oh, nice. Okay, interesting. I haven't seen the second one. The first one's a masterpiece, so I haven't wanted to teeter into, because I don't think it's going to be as good, but also that story kind of ends. It doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ghostly, then Back to the Future 3 and Rubber are the only westerns I've ever seen. Oh my god, Rubber. The fact that you've seen Rubber still blows my mind, Ghostly. It's such a fucking weird movie. I don't like sand. It's cool. Alright. Okay. Alright. Goodness gracious. Alright. Well, thank you, Maya and Ghostly, for bringing life back into my soul and making me not feel quite as, or at least distract me from the slow and imposing sickness welling up in me to give me energy to get to work. So thank you for that. I bought a book for the first time. All right. Well, on our break, Maya, you let us know what book you got. But that's exciting. I'm glad you're gonna at least get one, read it, see how it does. But all right. Let's oh god, what am I doing? There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and switch on over to our writing music, and let's go ahead and get to writing. I'll start a little late eating at the moment. Got to set up. No worries, no worries. Well, enjoy eating. All right, everybody. We are going to get to our writing, and we will see you on the other side. Happy writing, everybody, and I hope it's a good one. Come hither, brothers, don your arms. We march into the heart of battle. Thank you, Ghostly. Right, once again, following Ghostly into the creative battlefield. All right, away we go, everybody. Happy writing. We'll see you on the other side. And that stuck right up on me. Perfect. Oh, I feel like I kind of got there. Towards the end. Whew. Yeah, Ghostly. It's fine. Oh no. 1 thumbs up for 1 successful sprint. And 1 successful sprint is progress. And we have made it. So I'm just going to pat myself and pat all of you on the back. I wasn't accomplishing much anyway. Anything is progress. That's what I am telling myself tonight. Because we're in for the long haul. So progress is progress. I'm sorry your ADD is messing with you though. I know that can be damn near impossible to even manage or overcome sometimes. It's just brutal. Just like it's like, why can't I focus? Oh, because my brain won't let me. It will not let me do it. Brack. All right, what do we got here? Where's my... How'd it go? Pretty good. That was pretty good. It was slow going. Definitely took a while for my brain to get kind of the juices flowing, but it's happening. We're getting there. I'm kind of starting to get how I want the opening or how I'm going to write the opening, and I've kind of got the broader vibe. Since so much of Westerns tend to be about, like, at their core... outside of everything else, it's kind of about, in a lot of ways, like, conquering, because a lot of Westerns come out of, like, Western colonization, like, moving out west, going to the horizon, colonizing it, either, in a problematic way, like the history of, like, the Native Americans, to, civilizing, outlaws. A lot of it has to do with, like, civilizing or conquering nature. It kind of comes from those style of stories, be it conquering violent people that are just roaming madly out in the woods or whatever it might be, but they tend to be like vestiges of civilization on an unknown horizon. So since I'm trying to do a horror western, I'm trying to bring some like weird fiction elements into it. I think the main thematic element I'm trying to linger towards is that final horizon is essentially the sort of like collective future of mankind, like that sort of like space is the final frontier kind of thing. It's kind of that, but we're going to be using the West as a sort of symbol for our inability to conquer our own futures, meaning that we might be, we try to civilize ourselves, continually civilize ourselves into some sort of grander future, but we always fall into some sort of primal swamp, and that might be the ultimate future of man. So that's kind of thematically what I think I might be going for. We'll see how that comes out. Can mankind be saved? The fundamental questions we ask here. Terrible things come out of colonizing, but it's not anything new. Just look at the Romans. Yeah, I mean, it comes out of anything. Oh, Maya Archie, thank you so much. Thank you. You are far too kind. Good Lord. Thank you. All being very nice to me this evening. But yes, colonizing has been around since pretty much civilization has expanded outwards, and it just, as it becomes industrialized, it becomes ever more violent. But yes, the Romans were no. The Romans actually have kind of a wild and funny history too, when you think about it. Like they just kept having civil wars all the time. It's wild. Like the whole reason why Rome wound up being the empire it was today was they had to find ways to stop them just fighting each other all the time. It's just funny. Neat. That sounds really cool. Yeah, hopefully we'll see if something comes of it. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. We'll see. Deep. It took me a second to realize you wrote that like the weird derp. I like to try. I do try to have something to say in my creative endeavors. I don't know if I'd call it deep. Much deeper out there The ideas might be deep. The expressions of them maybe not so much, but we'll see. I'm trying to get better. My RG. Okay, so I have more questions. I'm sorry if I'm being annoying. You're fine, Maya. Do not worry. You are just fine. And also I bought, okay, you bought Mushoku Tensei Volume 3. Oh, very cool. Okay. Yeah, because I know you really like, that's the show that I need to go check out, that I know that you really like. Oh, my goodness, Ghostly, that's right. Yes, please, bring in some of the marine tea. We need that. We need the marine tea. How did it go? What's the dish? Tell us the dish. Dude. Yeah, oh no. Oh no, what's that? What's happening? Now you're leaving me in suspense. Not good on the home front. Oh no. Oh no. Bad. Oh jeez. Oh no. Not good for the Marine? Like they're having a rough time at home? Is that what that means? Oh no. I hope it's not too bad, Ghostly. I hope they're doing okay. Oh, you picked a troublemaker. Okay. Oh boy. Yep. You swooned over a troublemaker. Okay. I mean that happens. Man legit got in trouble at church. I mean, well, as someone who was forced to go to Catholic church a lot as a child, I find that to be an admirable quality. But that's just me. I mean, that's kind of funny. I find that kind of amusing. Not gonna lie that cracks me up a little bit. But hopefully it wasn't like bad trouble. Oh, they vaped in the bathroom. I mean, of all things, that's not that terrible. I mean, I don't like vaping, but that's kind of. I mean, I'm not into vaping, but you know. It is kind of funny to imagine them just going into the bathroom at a church to vape. Oof. Oh man, I like that. Oof. Oof indeed. That's rough. That's who caught him? Or who caught them? Was it a drill sergeant laid him out? I imagine the drill sergeant did. I'm I mean, it's a little funny. It's a little funny. I'm sorry, I got laid out, but that's pretty. That amuses me a little bit. Hopefully not too much trouble, but I mean, you know what? What can you do? He was caught by a drill sergeant. Yep. Oh, I'm sure the drill sergeant was the one who. That makes sense. But the drill sergeant probably knew what was up too. They're not dumb. Probably knew exactly what was happening. You know, hanging out in the bathroom too long or frequent trips to the bathroom, goes in, finds him vaping. Let's see here. Hey, the real salties, how's it going? What is this? The program. Like, what is the program? If you're asking about the program I'm using, it's called It's made by the same people who make Scrivener. It's called Scapple. It's just like a board, like a board thing. So this is when I'm breaking a story or trying to break down a story. This is how I break the story, essentially, and then I eventually bring everything into Scrivener and start to outline it that way. But this is where I just throw ideas at the board, pretty much. Literally chaos. It's just chaotic ideas that I throw out while I slowly try to build the story. Yeah, you do. It does. I think it costs like $20 or $30. So don't. Yeah, there's online things you can use, like tools that are free. So definitely don't. You know, if you don't put yourself out having to buy this stuff, there are like online tools that are free that can do similar things as to this. Let's see here. Maya. Oh, I remember now. What age group would you say what you read is for? I want to see if that's what I'm going for. I'd say I'd say 16 plus. It depends how explicit some of your content is in the future. I mean, it's hard for me to say, like, just because I read stuff that was, you read classic literature, and I've read like more explicit things, both violence, language, and sex. That I read plenty of that when I was younger. But I'd say on average, I'm thinking 16 plus. That's my guess. That's where I would put what I read in line for. But honestly, it could probably trend a little bit younger too, if necessary. I don't think it's like way over, someone who's like 14 or 15 could probably read it. All right. We got what are you looking for? Are you looking for 18, 14, 13? Let's see. I did tell him of the flashcard knowledge though, and this man quizzed me on the spot. Oh, Ghostly, that's hilarious. On the spot, just 100%. Just like, oh, so you're doing flashcards? Well, show me. I mean, props to him. Throwing you. I mean, checking. Checking to make sure. Got to make sure you're not lying, Ghostly. And yeah, girl aces crap. Congrats, Ghostly. I'm glad you aced it. Well done. Now we know that you've. Oh, did you? Did you swooned? I bet he did. I bet you swooped him up off his feet just a little bit. Just kind of had to brace on you a little bit as you just kind of make sure. Just hey there, don't you're looking a little weak in the knees. Well, that makes me happy, Ghostly. It's at least at least they're interesting if they're a troublemaker, and like they're not like a bad troublemaker. They're just they just have a bad vape habit. It's fine. It's okay. They can get over that kind of stuff. Oh damn, shoddy no. Oh damn, shoddy Noah Ray. Good. That's good. Let's see. I'm going for new adult, maybe adult, so I can go full ham on the fucked up shit without restriction. Okay. Keep in mind, you can go older. You can like what I read. There wasn't like a ton of adult content there, with the exception of maybe the bath. But that's pretty tame. That's why I'm like, yeah, it's 16. It's age appropriate for that period, I'd say. But if you're trying to go 18. Like 18 to 18 to early 20s, kind of hit that. You probably you can still hit that. It's just based on the first 3 chapters, it's pretty tame. I guess maybe beating up, like having people beat up a guy, is a little adult, but you're not too graphic there, so it also doesn't hurt to be able to hit a little younger and just have maybe a few moments that kind of tease that edge. Age up the wording a bit. You could do that too. Yeah, that's going to be the way that if you want to raise it, you raise it. Is just bring up the dialogue and kind of the wording a little bit. You don't necessarily need to like obviously add more swear words, but you can age up the tone of it if you're going a little bit older. All right, everybody. I think we're going to start our next sprint. So I hope everything is working. And if distractions are afoot, keep in mind that any progress, even a fraction of a progress, is still progress. And I have to tell myself that all the time. Let's do it. We run, friends, back to the breach. Once more onto the breach, I believe. It's from Henry V, I believe. Gonna have to figure this shit out because I don't have the knowledge for it. I have a 4th grade education. What? That's mean. Don't say that. We go. We dash like there is. That's mean to yourself. Don't say that though. You do have the knowledge for it. You're doing fine. We go. We dash like there is a hot marine on. Thank you, Ghostly. Thank you so much. And Maya, you've got this. I believe that you've got this. All right, let's go ahead and do another sprint, and we'll see you on the other side, everybody. Dash like there's a hot marine. Dash like there's no tomorrow. Away we go, everybody. Happy writing. Oh man, that kind of snuck up on me. Whew. You do not look well, my friend. Do not be discouraged. You possess great power. Oh, thank you, Ghostly. 2 thumbs up for 2 successful sprints. Yeah, no, I'm clearly trying to solve the riddles of the universe at the moment. No, I have a trapped treasure map that's not a treasure map and a cattle drive, and I'm trying to get those 2 things to work together. So clearly dealing with that, trying to make that work, and it is being difficult. Right. I feel that every day. Yeah, no kidding. Oh boy. Well, I hope the sprint was good for everybody out there who's riding along or just relaxing along. Let's see here. Beat a head against the wall. The wall will break first. I know, Ghostly. Those are the vibes I need. That's just nope. I'm gonna get through it. I am gonna get through it. I am having a hard time getting all this information in the first chapter. It's that's the hard thing about high concept, like high concept like fantasy world type stuff, there's a lot. You're kind of doing a lot. So it can be difficult. It's particularly because you're doing character stuff, you're doing world stuff. It's probably where when you see like high concept sci-fi, they always have the thing at the beginning that's like a scrolling monologue that tries to explain the world to you just to try to get you caught up. That's what happens when you do high concept stuff. It's hard to worm it in there and make it natural and fun to read and not just like, Nolan exposition for the whole first chapter. Cowboys are just land pirates. Prove me wrong. Well, I guess like bandit. Yeah, those kind of like bandits would be kind of land pirates in a way. But it's kind of like, it's kind of, I don't know. It's like, cowboys originally, they were cow hands. They literally just did cattle drives. And then now they're kind of these mythologized, we're like samurai. Samurai were just retainers. They were commanders in our, they were like specialized commanders, a part of the aristocracy in Japan. And then they kind of later took this like mythologized role. Cowboys have kind of followed a similar path. They were just laborers, really. A lot of them were. And then you get like people who are considered cowboys, but they're really just like drunk pirates. They're bandits. Also, feel free not to answer this, but in your day-to-day POK Max are always full-blown. I know that I have an awesome wizard name. I know that I have an awesome wizard name that I would allow no one to shorten. Oh, that's funny. If you've got a wizard name, well done, Ghostly. That's a good one. No, I allow people to shorten it. It's too much. It's too much. Oh, if I had a wizard name, I would allow no one to shorten it. People have always shortened it. It's just been since, it would be really funny if I was like, in 3rd grade and demanding my teachers call me by like a full-blown name. At that point, I feel like I need like royalty naming or something. Be like, you must call me. Well, there was an emperor named that, Emperor Maximilian. Just be like, you must call me Emperor Maximilian de Vautois Van Gogh man. Like some long, preposterous name. And just be like, every time you name me, you have to say the whole name. Which would be funny. No. Nope. Always Mad. It was always Mad Max. That was always my nickname. It's probably because it came from the movies. Did you ever get it? If not, then you have Miracle. That's an interesting one. I don't know. You always got to try to go for the alliteration with those nicknames, apparently. But that's not a bad one. I don't think I've ever had anyone call me that. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby. And just, you know. Nah, man. That's funny. That's good. Yep. I would love to be considered in the same category as Billy Crystal. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. You just just exist in that. I think we all wish we were Billy Crystal. I mean, life would be a lot, I assume, would be a lot easier if we were Billy Crystal. It'd definitely be a lot. I feel like I'd be a lot funnier if I was Billy Crystal. I mean, the man, some people find him annoying and insufferable, but there was a period where he was literally the king of comedy in a lot of ways. Freaking love that man. Yeah, he's charming. I mean, he's great in Princess Bride. I always love him in Princess Bride. Also, I do literally have a 4th grade educator. I stopped going to. Oh, really? Oh, geez Louise. That's an interesting. I mean, were you? I assume at that point were you homeschooled after that? I mean, I'm obviously your vocabulary and your ability to write has far surpassed that. So you clearly have been educated outside of that, either by your own or by other means. But that's a wild. That's wild. You don't meet too many people that just get pulled or stop going at that point. Like high school, I get. Ooh, yeah, no, I'm feeling it. Let's see. Freaking love that man. He may very well beat my love for the He might beat my love for the Marines. My goodness, Ghostly. Your love for Billy Crystal might outmatch your love for just the Marines. I don't know. Those are two titans that we might have to see fight at some point. Just all the sexy Marines and Billy Crystal. Just Billy Crystal by himself. Homeschooled. It didn't happen much because my parents were too busy and I was horribly irresponsible, so I didn't learn anything. Well, you're doing a great if that's how that went down. You are doing astoundingly well. You clearly have the ability to write. Your ability to write far surpasses that. So even so, it actually sounds way cooler where you're just like, yeah, I stopped going to school in the 4th grade, but now I'm a writer. I don't need no stinking school. My literary abilities outmatch all of yours. I learned how to write. I learned how to write on the streets, yo. No. But no, your vocabulary and your ability to write is far surpassed that. I mean, you're writing like an adult would write, an educated adult. So you're doing just fine on that sense, but that's rough though. I feel bad for you. I feel bad if that did. I mean, that's a rough thing to get over. Sometimes that holds people back real bad. So I hope you were. I hope you're doing okay otherwise in that sense. But started from the bottom, now we're here. Well, you're doing great. I mean, you are doing. You're writing like a beast. So it's and it's good. It's not bad. If you are considering the public school system, then I never made it past kindergarten. Oh, okay. So you go into private school after that, I assume, or military, some sort of military thing. Dude, I would pay so much money to see that movie, Billy Crystal versus the United States Marine Corps. I would pay to see that movie. Nope, homeschooled. Gotcha. All right, homeschooled. They pulled you out. They pulled you out fast. I wanted to be homeschooled when I was a kid because I got picked on a lot, and that was like the way to get out of it. But my parents were like, "Nope, nope. You go to school. you go to school, child." I remember I had at one point, there was a conversation about sending me to a Catholic school, but I'm pretty sure if they had done that, that entire place would have burned. just by having a demonic presence like myself in it. I figured they learned very quickly that wasn't gonna fly. Particularly, I was so dyslexic. Oh, that's terrible. Oh man, yeah, that's a drag. That's we really need to do better on that front. There needs so much needs to be done better on that front to particularly help people that are highly intelligent but clearly have types of learning disabilities. We had issues with that with autism and ADD and ADHD. That was a whole thing. That was a thing. Kids tried to pick on me, but I didn't let them. I got in trouble for fighting multiple times and had the police call on me. Oof, yeah, that's the other way that goes. Oftentimes, depending on where you are, I had a lot of my best friends actually were considered the troublemakers, and they would get in fights, and because most of them were at the where I grew up, most of them were Latino, and they a lot of the cops are always getting called on them. It was just people picking on them, being mean to them, and it wasn't their fault, but yeah, that's what people in Southern Arizona do. Call the cops on the poor Hispanic kids. Maya Archie, I was a dream kid. Ghostly, I couldn't read till I was 10. Yeah, I had one of my best friends really struggled with reading. Extraordinarily intelligent friend of mine, and now has managed to, highly literate person, reads a bunch of books, reads for fun, but they couldn't read for a very long time because of dyslexia. And that was only after my parents paid an arm and a leg to a special tutor who came to my house every week. Yeah. I think they had the same thing. It was a really, really rough. It was a rough go, but they now they it's kind of interesting. You go through all that extra effort and they devour books now. Like they're one of the people, they're one of the most voracious readers I know. But yeah, they were dyslexic, like deeply dyslexic, and couldn't read for a lot of their youth. But look at that. That's where the beating your head against the wall. You will succeed, Ghostly. Your will succeed. You've overcome that already in your life. So now you can, at this point, you can probably knock down any wall. But hey, I wrote, 100, and I am an undefeatable Titan. Exactly, Ghostly. You are. You actually are. But yep, you rocked that dyslexic boat. You sank that ship. You destroyed that Titan, and now you're destroying all other Titans that stand in your way. And that is deeply admirable. So congratulations for that, Ghostly, and for you, Maya, for both of you being in less than ideal circumstances and coming out on top as writers, and as just as people just having to struggle to make it work and making it work for you. So well done. Hats off to both of you. I stand in awe and am inspired both by you. Fuck yeah. But hey, Ghostly beating ass. Fuck yeah. Death to failure. Yes. Maya getting that bread. Fuck yeah. Homeschool losers for the win. Yep. Absolutely. Oh, you're taking home that flag, both of you, for sure. 9 freaking heads. Oh, did it roll? Oh god. Oh god, it rolled. Shit. I meant to do that at the beginning of the break. All right. Well, we'll wait to start. We'll wait to start the next sprint. That's Maya. That's even more impressive. That you're writing this epic book series, and just man, yeah, you've been through a lot. That's awesome. Just well done. Ghostly Namaste. Jesus. I've been writing for almost 3 years now. God, you should see how bad it was when I first started it. LOL. Hey, man, we are all bad. We are all bad. When we start, I can tell you I was on a rickety boat down in the Sea of Cortez in south of Mexico. That's how I spent my summers growing up, and I used to write longhand, just like short stories and stuff like that. And they're bad. They're all terrible, and they've always been terrible. Like it took years. It took years. I'm banking on the fact if I can keep myself alive long enough, I will get good eventually. I'll get good eventually at some point in the future. Ghostly dude. um, it looked like a botched screenplay script. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, because you have no idea how to, you don't know what you're doing when you first start out. All you have to go off is to just try to like duplicate or like try to. It's not necessarily duplicate, but you kind of it's copy. You have to. You either read. It depends on what. If you read plays, you're gonna write like a play. If you see books, you're gonna write like a book. And if you don't have anything to copy, you're kind of just making it up as you go. I spelled Belgian waffle Bajan waff. I mean, Bajan waff sounds like a cool, or Bajan waif. I guess it depends if it's a long A or a short A. That was my honest attempt. Well, I spelled. I mean, I like Bajan waif. That's yeah. Like it would be character 1, I'm hungry. Character 2, same, but I don't know what to eat. And then it would go on for like dialogue until I need to describe actions. Yeah. So yeah, it kind of was like a mixture of a book and a screenplay, which is, I mean, that's actually kind of cool. You could actually write a play like that, Maya. You could probably write like an entire play that way. It would be very avant-garde, and I think you could do some pretty cool stuff. Just completely throw form out the window and actually like develop your own weird structure. I could read it at 10 does not mean I could read it at 10 does not mean I could spell. Ghostly, I'm a terrible speller now. Like I've never been a good speller. To the point where I have elicited the being mocked by my family. My brother, who is an excellent speller, constantly mocked by my family. Yo, bad grammar club. Yeah. I'm okay at grammar. I'm not the best. And also, you break grammar a lot. Go read Swan's Way by like Marcel Proust. Like Proust. I mean, that dude's sentences go on for like 3.5 pages. I don't know if I would even consider them grammatically correct, but it's that's a titan of literature. So sometimes you can kind of play with things a little bit, but grammar wise, not always hard and fast. The hard and fast rule. All right, everybody. I think we should go ahead and start our next sprint and try to continue on, and hopefully I don't die, even though I can actually tell my voice. I can already tell my voice is starting to go, which is a good sign that I'm actually getting sick. If my voice is already going. Bad grammar club. English is broken and a flawed human concept. 100%. That is very true. And it is actually a human concept. That is true. Factually true. It didn't matter if they were grammatically correct. He grammatically didn't give a fuck. That's very true. Power through it. Sickness can stop your veins from bleeding. Tell the Reaper no. I just looked death in the eye and said no. That's what I want to be. I'm actually just Max von Sydow from the Seventh Seal, where I'm just playing chess with death to slowly delay the fact that he's going to take me away. All right. Okay, everybody. Next writing sprint. And away we go. I hope everybody writing along that it is a good and successful sprint. And we'll see you on the other side. Happy writing, everybody. We'll see you there. And away we go. Alrighty, there we go. And another sprint down. Where are we at? I think we finished 3. 3 thumbs up for 3 finished sprints. Oizel, how are you? Hopefully you are doing well. Surviving all right. Let's see. I cannot say if it would have been of pain or pleasure. Maybe both. Probably both. But I just now at this point I can only imagine you saying just like do you look like Billy? Ask me if I like. Come on in. Ask if I like scary movies. Always alive and breathing. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too. I am pretty positive I am coming down with plague of some kind because I do not feel good. But we're getting the work done, everybody. Gotta get the work done. That was terrible. I don't know how to do this. Oh no. All right. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 work is rough. In the meantime, if you're worried too much about it, you can always just try to put like just put the context stuff that you want to get in there and then just kind of put that as like a preemptive thing. And you could actually even maybe like write like an intro, kind of like what you did with the Midnight Emotions bit, and just put like a little short brief tidbit and maybe poetically try to put some of the context in there. So it's not too in your face exposition-y or something like that before the chapter starts. So maybe something like that. But it's hard. I know it's hard. What you're doing is really, really hard. Let's see. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh, it's fine. It's. I've actually managed to dodge being sick quite a bit, so it just it happens. On that grind. I'm currently at war with my brain, but it'll be fine. That's going down. You've got this, Ghostly. You have got this. Ugh. What's new in your world, Oizel? Are you in summer? Are you doing summer classes / teaching summer classes right now? Has that started, or are you still in like a break period where you're prepping and plotting other things, other brilliant classes? Oh, finally getting over your cold. Yeah. Well, you've batted it over my way. Who knows? It seems like a rough one went around. That sounds like a pretty brutal one went around your household. Oizel break. Classes start June 5th. Got it. Okay, so coming up soon, but you still got some downtime, so that's good. hopefully it's not all. You get a little bit of downtime where you're not sick, ideally. All right. What do we have here? Ideally, that's what we want. I know. Boy. But that's yeah, I think. Yeah, I was like right after all of these tech problems, I'm like, okay, we're good to go, and then just like today, I feel like I got hit by a freight train. I'm like, oh, of course, that's how this would happen. Of course. My dad is coming up this weekend to hang out. So we'll see how things go. Oh, is that always like, is that where family can be a little stressful sometimes versus like just, so I feel like some people just have a great time. Sometimes I feel like, it's some people are just like, no, my parents are coming. And I'm like, yeah, usually when I have to do anything involving my parents, it can sometimes involve a lot of stress and be an involved process. Yeah. Oh man. Well, hopefully, right after you're done getting sick, always, oh, that just sounds like too much stress. Good Lord. Sounds like you're dealing with like everybody being sick, you being sick, and now family showing up. Adding another level. Ugh. Well, hopefully you get some break, some kind of break, I hope. Trying to reestablish a relationship after years of estrangement. Gotcha. Yep. I have a few of those in my family as well that I've had to Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope that goes well and is at least not traumatic in any at any in any way. Um Wah! Bias dropped my phone on my keyboard. That's funny. Ain't no thing. Well, we know you are one of the titans. Oizel, you and Ghostly for sure are the titans of just of of both beating down walls and handling shit. So, you've got it. You have got it. Ghostly, if it's not too personal, may I ask if you are a romantic? Oh, that's a loaded question. If I'm a romantic, that's like, are you talking in terms of like a literary romantic? Like, I think when I think of like someone asking if I'm like a romantic, I'm thinking of like one of the brothers from the Brothers Karamazov, where they're just like the quote unquote hopeless romantic, where they believe love is temporary and like your whole heart's in it until it all falls apart and you just move on and accept that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if romantic's a difficult thing. I don't know. I don't know if I'd classify myself as a romantic. No, you mean literally? Oh, like, am I like, like literally a romantic? Like, I'm involved in, like, the romancing life? I don't know. What does that mean? Uh, oh, I see. I gotcha. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, do you just fall hard? That kind of romantic. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, when I do, I do. Sure. Yeah, when I do, not all the time. It's rare. Or I shouldn't say rare, but when I do, I fall hard. I have in the past. Um, let's see. I'm sorry, but it does kind of seem like a thing. But you're a person of iron and can take whatever the crap comes your way. Yeah, Ghostly's just here to inspire us all, I think. Um, thanks, mate. Appreciate the love. Yeah, yeah. Oizel, you've got this. And no, I mean, no, that's a strange. No, that's a strange question. My apologies. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just know many different terms for romantic. Like, am I literally a part philosophically subscribing to the romantic school, or, or if I, my point was this damn Jughead is distracting me and it's pissing me off. Gotcha. Yep. Well, when you fancy someone, it can be distracting, particularly if you're prone to being distracting, like being distracted. Sometimes your mind wanders, and you live the romantic life in your head. That's normal. I think we all go through that. But this troublemaking Jughead. I mean, they do sound more. He sounds more compelling the more I hear about him. So I'm starting to see why you might have a fancy for this fellow. I am like a crow, except instead of shiny things, it's Marines. Yes, it is. When someone says fancy someone, I think basically making someone looks fancy, making someone look fancy. I mean, it's probably. I wonder if that's where that term comes from. It's an older term for sure, but I wonder if that's where it comes from. Maybe some kind of fancy them folk, a fancy. They kind of look fancy. Fancy them up, boys. I do like that. That's like they swarm in and just do like a makeover and make you look fancy. All right, I am going to for everybody who's going to be plagued by ads, I am going to run an ad really quick, or the little ad break so it doesn't hit us in the middle of the writing sprint. And I'm going to use the restroom in the meantime. So if you're hit by those ads, I apologize. Go get water, get a drink, do something to just avoid the blatant advertising, the terrible advertising. Oizel, moon and stars gazed in at them, wind sang to them lullaby, lumbering owls forebore, Forward to fly, not a bat flap to and fro, round their rest, cheek to cheek, breast to breast, locked together in one nest. Oh, there you go. Oh, Oiselle, that is, for your romanticism needs, that is beautiful. Under the moon and stars. That is, oh, that is deeply sweet. I love that. All right, I'm going to run this ad really quick and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And we'll catch up on chat. All right. I'll be back one moment. Okay, I am back. Okay. We still got one more minute of ad. After the second draft, and I thought I was done with the first volume, I started the second one, and Shy gets swarmed by theater people because of how pretty feminine he looked and wanted him to be in the cultural play they're putting on. That's where what you said brought. Oh, interesting. Okay. What you said brought to my mind. Oh, I see. Gotcha. By theater people. Okay. Dude, he plays guitar, bass, drums, trumpet. He also played football, lacrosse, hockey. He surfed. He did theater in high school. It's really frustrating how talented he is. Oh, that's oh. That is a lot. That is like that multi hyphenate, man. Sometimes you're just sitting there like, ugh, why are you good at everything? Yep, athletic. Yep, athletic. Looks like he's an athletic king, and also has got the creative talent to back it up. That's yep. I can see why. I can see why you fancy the fellow. I am filled with envious rage and unbound attraction. I don't like it. Well, I get it. He sounds like a deeply talented and fascinating fellow. So you might just have to bear. You might have to grin and bear it, Ghostly. It sounds like you might have to just grin and bear that. I do find, yeah, I got the feeling that Shy is kind of the sort of more feminine, pretty boy looking character, and want him to be in a cultural play there. I mean, that sounds like a really, really, really funny scene though. Let's see here. I don't like. He is. He also the silent type of woman's dream. Ladies like puzzles. Oh, for a second I was gonna be like, oh, he doesn't talk too much, so you can just be like, no talking and just be pretty. But I see the strong stoic silent type, the riddle to be solved. Mm-hmm. That sounds ghostly. It sounds like you've met your match. Your Titanic I will conquer all meets comes up against apparently one of the most talented and charming and beautiful and silent men. Um, oh, his first language is French. I die. Oh, okay, okay. Actually, now the multi hyphenate, all this stuff makes sense. Okay, okay. So he's either from France or his French influence, and they're all about the culture as well as athletics and culture. This all makes sense. Strong and stoic is overdone to me. It takes someone rare for that to be attractive, like Sig in Fullmetal Alchemist. Oh, he's Canadian. Okay. Oh man. Oh, I see. So yeah, don't call him French. They get mad about that. From Quebec, Montreal. Like Sig on Fullmetal Alchemist. Yeah, it depends. I mean, some people pull it off, some people don't. It's just, and you know, people like what they like. People like what they like. No, I call him Frenchie and he deals with it. Gotcha, yeah. At least Frenchie or Frankie. I've always heard some people do that and call it Frankie, but yeah, that's funny. Frenchie. Well, it looks like, hello, sweetie. It looks like you've got a good rapport going, so that's good. That's good. I don't know. I think you've got this, Ghostly. It sounds like this military Jughead is quite the catch. It doesn't even sound like it's the dumb attractive Jughead. It sounds like they've got hello, hi princess. It sounds like they've got a lot going for them. They creative, an actor, all kinds of goodies. So I look forward. To continuing to hear all the tea and all the gossip about your wooing of this fella. All right. I think it is time for our next writing sprint. So we will go ahead and get started, and hopefully I don't suddenly become delirious. If I start having a fever and becoming delirious, I cannot be held responsible for the things that I start writing, because it'll just be a fever dream at that point. It'll just be me babbling incoherently. My personal favorite nickname is Canada Dry. He pretends he doesn't like it, but his smile tells a different story. Yeah. He's probably dry. He's charmed by it. I'm pretty sure he's charmed by it. You get to know first. Thanks. Thank you, Ghostly. Thanks for letting me be one of the I do love me some gossip, so I am not above it. If he's Canadian, he had to do a lot to join the Marines, U.S. Marines, right? I mean, Canadians got pretty solid. Yeah, but he might also be from like a split family, so dual citizens. He might also, like, if he's got like a thank you for my rant. I feel much better. Good. Yeah, just get it out. Express your love, and then, and then maybe you can focus a little bit. All right, everybody. We're gonna go start on our next sprint. So, if you're writing or just relaxing, whatever you're doing, I hope it is a fulfilling and good sprint. And we will see you all on the other side. All right, everybody. And away we go. Hey, Citrus Worlds! Feel free to write along with us as we start our next sprint. Alrighty, and there we go. Writing sprint number 4 is down. Alright, hopefully it was good for everybody out there. Writing along. 4 thumbs up for 4 successful sprints. Woot! Hey, Citrus Worlds, how's it going? How you doing? Being productive. Hopefully, it looks like it. Woo! Always progress. Any progress, always progress. Hey, Angel Faye, how you doing? How's your night going? Welcome in. I should also go to bed, but I've finally hit a good bit, so sleep is oh no. Isn't that the worst when you're like, I'm supposed to go to bed, but I finally got into the I finally got it. I finally got into like the groove. Angel Faye, it's morning for me. Oh goodness. All right. Well, so it's bright and early and ready for you to get started. 8:40 a.m. So you're a morning writer. That's I envy you, man. I feel like my life would be so much easier. So much easier if I could be a morning person. It is so hard to get me up before 9 a.m. I do when I have to for work, but it is rough going. I freaking wish I could write when the sun was up. Yeah, I've always been a night owl. It's the worst. It just makes the world hard. I usually finally get into things as my body and my eyes betray me and demand that I abandon the laptop. You're just like, no, why? Yep. Ever since I was young, particularly when I was in school, it was the worst because I would just be up and be like, all right, it's like 2 a.m. I got to go to bed, get up and go to class at like 9:45 when I was in college and that's like always when all the ideas hit. That's when all of my ideas would always hit, is late at night by myself. And so eventually I just started, I'm like, either those ideas are going to leave and go away, or I'm just going to stay up and start writing them down. And that's why I didn't sleep through most of high school. Which I don't recommend. But like, if you're in college and like, yeah, get sleep. I do not recommend it. I like started hallucinating once. You're speaking my forsaken language. You're speaking the language of the ancients, the ghostly language. And you're like, nope, I will not give up. That's certainly how I feel. Although this last sprint actually did. I slowly started forgetting that I feel terrible. But that's the trick. I think the magic of willpower is working. That ghostly summons. Unfortunately, the spirit is often willing, but the body is aged and bruised. Yeah. I definitely have the aged and bruised where I'm like, I'm not as young as I used to be anymore, you know? It's day 935 and I am immortal. I think at this point you are, Ghostly. I'm pretty sure at this point, in terms of writing immortality, you are immortal as a writer. I think you might be the only writer I've ever known who has written for 935 consistent days. And the fact that you count that, it's astounding. I'm every day in awe. And only what, 65 more to go before you hit 1,000? I'm pretty sure 1,000 is just when you're going to like shred your mortal form and become just a pure being of light. A writing being of light. Where are we at here? Alright, I think I can delay the next stupid ad run till the next break. I think I have enough snoozes. Oh, man. Oh, speaking of bruised and body, man, I am feeling it tonight. Oh, alright, I think we at least got one more sprint. One more sprint in me. What time is it? We'll see if we can make it 2, but at least one more sprint for the evening. I filled one notebook With days, keep in mind I can fit 5 days on a page, and have moved into my second edition, my second journal. Awesome, that's fantastic. You know, I don't know. I may have already told this story about my high school English professor. He was one of my favorite professors who looked like Zeus, and that was like the thing we would have to do was the first 15 minutes of every class. It was honors English. And he would force us the first 15 minutes, we would just have to write in our journal. We had like a class journal, and he would pretty much grade pages. So you would have to turn in your journal, and he would just read them and grade them, not on the quality of the writing or anything like that. Just essentially that you wrote anything, and that was the stipulation. It could be anything, just to try to get everybody in class used to writing every day, and it was really useful. I loved it. And then I didn't do it for like 12 years and got back into it. And it's helped me out a lot. So it's a thing I recommend. I actually, writing every day, not everyone can do it. And there's definitely days where when I'm working, I can't, but I try when the days I can, just a little bit. It's not a bad way to go. It's a system, list the day you're on, then the date, then what you wrote, story name, and then the word count. Oh, nice. Oh, wow, it's very regimented. Mine was just very raw, random writing. I'd write little short screenplays or, or just bizarre things, Well, that's awesome. What a teacher. Yeah, he was a cool guy. He also sponsored our film club, so he was the only reason we were able to have a film club was because he stuck his neck out for us. Because there was only 3 of us in that club, like no one was interested in being a part of the film club, including the drama. I was in drama, and I couldn't even get the drama kids to join the film club. Jerks. Easier to keep in touch with what you're writing if you at least try to look at it every day. Remind self. Yeah, remind self. Exactly. Yeah. It's only to keep track. Nothing actually creative in my notebooks. Yeah, but it's interesting they have like that system like that. That's cool. That's where like I feel like I'm spread. My workbooks are just, particularly when I first am formulating an idea, it's just random garbled notes like what you see up here. Like all this stuff is just, there's no real coherent control. It's just rando ideas with notes on structure and just random crap, mini dialogue scenes. And then because I'm still, I'd still write a lot by hand because I grew up writing by hand. I didn't have a laptop to write on or a computer to write on until I was in until I was in college. I have a secondary notebook right here that I write in, so it's kind of like 2. I have like my digital workbook and my physical workbook, and when I get writer's block, I go into the physical workbook, and that helps me a little bit. I love that though. I adore learning how other people flesh out ideas. I don't know. It's I feel like that's half the process, is figuring out your ideas and how best to get them down. And it's not always the same way too. Like sometimes I have just sometimes in the rare times, it's not often, where I just have a clear idea that hits you. And even then it needs to be extrapolated and you have to like throw ideas. But they call it like when you're on TV, writing for television or writing for movies with multiple writers, they'll call it like the writer's room. So it's essentially a group of people sitting, throwing out story ideas constantly, like based on a plot structure they've gotten or something. Or so here's the plot idea, write a story, write a episode of TV or something about it. And they throw it out. So this is like, I use it almost as like my virtual alone version of a writer's room where I'm just throwing garbage out. I don't get feedback, obviously, but oftentimes just getting it out there and being able to read it, and you're like, okay, yeah, that doesn't work, and bop. So it's just kind of, for whatever reason, the way I've done it. I think I want to break an article I'm writing up into visual virtual space like that. Might be good for structure. That's actually so when I break everything back down, so the insane thing about making movies is like when I'm writing, you kind of like want to lay it down for structure, how the narrative works together, how these things, like how do things flow back based on whatever narrative structure you're trying to do. Um, it can help you, like, bring like scenes to relate to them and stuff like that. But when I have a script and I'm done writing it, I have to re-break it down. So the job of a director often is to break down the script into a kind of different type of structure. So you're looking at the script, breaking it down. What's the subtext? What's the actual scene about? Not just what it's on the surface, but like what's the meat of it that I can get into with the actors. And then you start visually looking for clues in the script to relate to other elements of the script to create like a motif, like theming, or like a visual motif, or something that you're trying to do subtly. And so you kind of almost break a script that's already written down into this, back into this, to then go shoot it, because you're going to shoot it out of order and all that. So it's kind of a funny, like, you do all this to write a thing to get it structured and sound and make the structure useful, and then you re-break it down into its fragmented pieces and restructure it. It's a really weird process. It's kind of mind-boggling and insane. And even though I do that, I try to. If I think about it too hard, it hurts. It hurts my mind. But I think it would work really well for like an article. Like, it's really good for structure. I believe because I'm a visual person. I believe in this as being very good for structure. I used to have the superpower where I could plot out everything in my head. I no longer have such mental capacity. I need Microsoft Word. If I'm after I'm not in the middle, I don't think I can plot it out in my head in the middle of it. It has to be spewed out into books. When I've refined it, I can have it all in my head. But stories are for me, like, it's too long and too complicated. It's just too much. When I'm coming up with it, I have too many things floating around. That's freaking cool. You're the real Titans. I don't know, Ghostly. For all of us, I think you might be the true Titan of us all. All right, everybody. We got at least one more writing sprint tonight. We'll see if we do another one after that, but we got this one. So, let's go ahead and get back to work, everybody. We'll see you all on the other side. Ooh, happy writing, and away we go. Whoa, welcome in Raiders. Hey, Robin Wrights. And Doopy Dudes, welcome in. We're just in the middle of a couple productivity writing sprints. Feel free to hop on in, chat, talk craft, and or write along, whatever works. Welcome in. I hope the stream went well and it was productive, and I don't know. I always feel like I learn like a million things when I watch your streams, Robin. So I hope it was a good one. It's always the most informative streams out there. So everybody should absolutely check out Robin Wrights if you don't already. But his streams are fantastic and some of the best writing craft streams I've seen. Absolutely fantastic. Robin says hello. Good. Well, thank you. And I hope the stream was productive and good. I hope it was a solid stream. But yeah, welcome in. Grab some tea, hang out. We'll probably do one more. He's had issues chatting. Yeah. I've been troubleshooting a bunch of things on Twitch the past couple days, so I get it. Let's see. Imperator S. Let's see. Oh no! Don't actually start whipping out the Latin. I just like the title Imperator, and it was also because someone already has the name Wilight. Yeah. So I had to come up with a. Yeah. Unfortunately, I took Latin my freshman year in high school, but unfortunately, none of it has hung around. But I love that you you know Latin. Well done. That is not an easy language to learn at all. So I made Dupe attempt to read Latin earlier. He did not appreciate. Yeah, it's rough. Present, was it present perfect, present particle, present imp? I can't remember. My brain is so fried. I can't remember how many tenses there are. It's so many. It's crazy. But reading is hard. I agree. But yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go back to writing, but I'll be active in the chat. And yeah, feel free to work alongside, hang out, whatever it is. And we'll have a break here in a couple minutes. Oh, shit. There we go. All right. And there we go. Another writing sprint down. I think that's what, 5? I think 5. Yep, 5 thumbs up for 5 writing sprints. All right. Welcome in, everybody who is new here. This question I should have asked you. Do you not understand these passages? Hamper your understanding of the exchange. Context clues help. Yeah, that was my aim. That even if you were, that even if you didn't understand the words, you'd get what they were talking about. That both of them are competent in the language you don't know. Jeez. Oh boy. Oh boy. Are you Ong's Thighs? Is that kind of your aim? If you didn't understand the words, you'd get away with what they were talking about. Are you kind of doing like the? Is that similar to what like Lewis Carroll did with like the Jabberwock? I mean, obviously using a language that's already written, not a made up language, but isn't that kind of what he was trying to do with the Jabberwock, where you understand kind of what it's about, even though it's full of nonsense words? Or did I just make that up? Or not what you were clearly attempting to do? I don't know. Sounds vaguely similar, if I understand it correctly. All right. Okay, what do we got here? All right. All right, so I think we'll go ahead and try to, not quite. He was using isolated words with distinctly, oh, gotcha. With English grammar. That's, gotcha. Okay. Isolated words. Grammar. But it's grammar. I'm pretty wasn't does he use actual words in the Jabberwock? I know he uses the like English grammar. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought he did. I need to make foods. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, doopy dudes or doop dudes. I think I might actually. Let's see. I feel bad. We just got up all these raiders. We just got all you, and I'm like, oh man, do I want to go make food? I'm starting to get hungry. That's fine. Well, I can do one more. We'll do one more writing sprint. We'll finish out the night strong, and then I will make food. But in the meantime, what we got here? Let's see. Streamed 4 hours, then chilled with Robin for an hour and a half. Oh wow! So yeah, you have had a night. Yeah, I think right now we're just at about 4. I try to get about 6 writing sprints, and I'm also trying to make up time because I was troubleshooting a bunch of Twitch things over the weekend, so I am late. And I've got to get at least an outline for this screenplay done. I completely forgot to introduce. If you didn't know me already, I am Wylite. I am a screenwriter and a filmmaker. So I primarily do, sometimes I write prose, but for the most part I do screenwriting. So right now we are breaking down story on a horror western screenplay that I am working on, and my child is hell-bent on helping me with. 'Twas Brillig. Oh yeah. Oh, got you. Okay, yeah. So there's English words, but then he's just putting different words around them. Gotcha. Okay. But there's like clearly made up words in the middle, so yeah, he's using the English grammar to try to give you the context. My cats made their presence known too during my stream. Yeah, she's a lap cat, so, and she gets really fussy. If you can't already tell that she's very, very fussy right now. Probably because I've been sitting here all night. So yeah, she's being a bit of a grump, but they do like to make their presence known, don't they? Waves at Kitty. Oh. You want to say hi to all the people, all the hardworking folk out there? No, you don't care. You just want me to not be sitting here. When I'm not sitting here, this is her chair, so I don't even think it's about her wanting to spend time with me. I think she just wants the chair. Okay, all right. What do we got here? All right. I know. You're fine. Whereas I have stuff like Gradias, TB, Ago. Carl thanked her and tucked the envelope into his, per point. Whereas me Dimitere. Dimitere. I see. So then it's like, so you're giving like a sentence, an entire, so yeah. So then, yeah, Gradius is obviously thank you. Interesting. That's fascinating. That's fair. A gal does want, she wants what she wants, and she's an old lady. She's earned the right to kind of just, they've earned the privilege. she's an old lady. Of course, you may go. I'll see you in class. Nathan Tisties. Oh man. All right. I have to ask. Did you, Angstes, did you teach yourself Latin or did you learn Latin? Was that a thing you took in school? I just have to know if you're like how dedicated you are to the Latin, because that's an impressive language to learn. Even in school, if you could find a school that still teaches it. I think they got rid of it after my freshman year. I took it my freshman year of high school, and then they got rid of it right after that. And that is very impressive. Anyone I know who learns a dead language or a language that is near dead is very impressive. I haven't had access to formal classes, though there's a group of us who work through a textbook together on Discord type. Oh, rad, that's awesome. Oh, that's, well, yeah. You're doing a better thing. You're teaching yourself, and you're teaching yourself with a group, which is extra cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. That'll be how we keep so many of these languages alive. I wonder if anyone's doing like Sanskrit or Pali or any of these other like almost forgotten languages, or like Navajo. People on like Discord and Skype teaching each other. I think that would be really cool. Hello. Okay. All right. Hi. But yeah, so this is pretty much this is the splat board of ideas that anytime before I start outlining a story, this is what it always looks like, a chaos menagerie of insane ideas lumped upon some semblance of a structure. And we're slowly starting to actually build a plot here. Although I'm still trying to suss out the characters. But for whatever reason, this is the way my brain works, is I have to do a lot of weird either research or legwork to make it. I don't know. It's hard for me to just come up with an idea out of the blue. And this was based off a short film I wrote that's pretty self-contained, so I have to kind of functionally create an entirely new narrative that's still thematically on point, or thematically works with the short film I wrote. So people might make the connection between Dimitere and dismiss, and I hope you may go nudges them that way. Oh, okay, yeah, dismiss. Okay. So you're kind of even using like you're using like I mean, because there's also the knowledge of we have general knowledge of other languages. Cognates. Cognates, yes. Cognates. Yeah, so you're using that to just kind of give us clues. It's an interesting little like literary game. I don't know, for me that would be really hard, but I like it. I mean, it's challenging, but that's really cool. It's like multi-language word puzzles. All right. One final sprint to send at least me off to hopefully take some drugs and pass out so I can finally sleep. And by drugs, I mean like cold drugs, not like illicit drugs. I'm taking like cold medicine because I definitely think I have a cold. Of course, being Canadian means I grew up with English French. Okay, so Rosetta Stone on the back of every cereal box. There was a normalizing of trying to puzzle out the same text in French after one got tired of reading the English side over breakfast. Oh, okay, that's cool. See, that's where it's like it actually. That's why I wish we had multiple. Breathing is very helpful in attempting sleep. No kidding. Yeah, and I'm definitely feeling the fatigue and the congestion rolling up on me. Something fierce. That's why I wish all of us had multi-language, just like that they would have that kind of stuff on everything. So we would at least be exposed, particularly in the U.S., be exposed to multiple languages, systematically, not just like walking around town, like but like actually have it like on products and things like that. It encourages people to learn. All right. Let's go ahead and get our final writing sprint out of the way. And then I am going to go make food afterward. So, for everybody working and writing out there, I hope it is a productive and good sprint. And we'll see you on the other side. And away we go. Happy writing, everybody. go. 6 sprints down, and I think that is the final sprint of the night for me, everybody. So for everybody out there who's been writing and working along, thank you so much for joining, and I hope it was productive and helpful. And just overall solid night. Let's see. Let's see if I can find anybody, if there's anybody out there. Don't see anybody that I'm following or under the tag. If anybody out there knows anybody to raid, but it is pretty late, so I might be one of the only people on. If not, we'll just call it here. Aang's Face, I think. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. You have a great evening as well. Thanks for dropping in. It was a pleasure having you. I'm fascinated to learn about your Latin and all the your little Latin language puzzles. They're fantastic. All right. Let's see if there's anybody on. No one I am, and I see one person on in Germany. All right. Well, I think if they're all just abroad. Let's see. Yep. Someone in there and in Korea. All right. All right. I think I'm just going to call it. Mostly Nadine is writing in German. Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Mostly Nadine. Okay. Yeah, we can rate her if everybody's down with that. Mostly Nadine. It depends on. Well, yeah, I do not speak German. But if anybody out there wants to just hop on in, we can hop on in. Raid with a bunch of us who, I don't know if anyone out there speaks German. I don't, but why not? Sprint timers are sprint timers. All right. Well, we will go ahead and raid. Let me switch my thing over, and we'll head that way. Where's my quick actions? There we go. All right. And all right, everybody. Well, thanks for joining me this evening. I'll be on tomorrow during the day on Thursday, and I mean I might be sick through it, but yeah. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll just go ahead and raid Mostly Nadine. And you guys, everybody out there can sprint along. All right. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll catch you all later. Take care.